Good afternoon and welcome everyone. Welcome, Professor Kohad has joined. Welcome, sir. Professor Bakshi, Professor Bhanumurthy. Welcome to all. So welcome everyone, all dear participants who have joined. Hi, Dr. Vivu. Welcome. Hi. Good afternoon, Principal Sir. आपकी audio and video needs to be.
Anji, Dr. Vikas is with me.
Oh yeah, welcome Dr. Vikas. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, Professor Jurel. Sir, welcome, sir. Welcome. So I think our entire quorum is complete and we can start, sir, with your permission.
Good afternoon to all of you.
Professor JPC.
Dr. Vimalji, namaskar.
Namaste, sir. Welcome so much. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining.
Sir, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Sir, namaskar.
नमस्कार सर, सभी को नमस्कार, सभी को
Namaskar.
Good afternoon, everybody. Please.
So, shall I start, sir, with your permission?
Please.
So, good afternoon, each and every one of you, and welcome to the third faculty induction program being conducted by Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center, a center of Ministry of Education under very prestigious Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission on Teachers and Teaching Scheme. I welcome on behalf of University of Delhi, STTB Khalsa College, and of course, our center GAD-TLC, which is now very popular, the tag GAD-TLC. Special welcome and regards goes to Professor R.C. Kohad, who is the chief guest for today's inaugural event, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Haryana. and professor in Department of Microbiology, University of Delhi South Campus. Welcome to you, sir, in this inaugural event. Special welcome also goes to Professor J.P. Singh Jurel, who is the Director in FilmNet UGC and Professor in Jammu University. Welcome you, sir, in this inaugural event. Welcome also, special welcome to guest of honor, our newly recruited Registrar, University of Delhi, one of our colleagues. Very heartily welcome to you, sir, in this inaugural event. And I seek blessings from our patron, Sardar Tarlochan Singh Ji, who is former MP and chairman of governing body SCTB Khalsa College, and our mentor for many activities now, Professor Ved Prakash, former chair in UGC. And on behalf of our entire organized committee, and special welcome to Professor A.K. Bakshi, who is chairman of our GAD-TLC and other centers, Vice Chancellor PDM University, Bahadurgarh, Dr. Jaswinder Singh, Director GAD-TLC and Principal SGTB Khalsa College. Special welcome to you, and very, very special welcome to Professor K.V. Bhanumurthy, who is the Vice Chairman GAD-TLC. He is former Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Business, Delhi School of Economics, Special Appointee Professor, currently at Delhi Technological University. And we welcome all of you. And on behalf of the organizing secretaries of this faculty induction program, my colleague Dr. Bibhu Sahu from SCTB Khalsa College, my colleague Dr. Arun Julka from Maharaja Agrasen College, Dr. Amit Sehgal from Hansraj College, Dr. Sarita Pasi from Zakir Hussain College, and many, many other organizing committee members. We believe in this center truly to be a national level where anyone is welcome from my college and from all the institutions of the country. And special welcome goes to all my dear colleagues who have joined in this 1 month faculty induction program as participants. Many of colleagues from my college itself, special welcome. And let us all join hands in seeking blessings from the God and join to have this virtual lamp lighting. So with this, we take this proceeding further. On this Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center is a center of MHRD, as I told you, now Ministry of Education, and located at SGTB Khalsa College, University of Delhi. And we have state-of-art facilities in terms of training requirements. We have been doing training since last 4 years. And I am happy to share that since last 4 years, the Corona time, we have just 4,000 teams. I'm counting the statistics 1 week ago, and numbers by day. So we are conducting various events, and the center was inaugurated in July 2016 by the then Honorable HRD Minister Smriti Zubin Irani ji. So some words of that inaugural event.
आज मैं विशेष रूप से बधाई देती हूँ प्रोफेसर बख्शी को, विमल जी को, जिन्होंने बहुत मेहनत करके इस सेंटर को जीवित रूप में आपके सामने प्रस्तुत किया। कि भारत सरकार ने नवंबर 2014 को माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के हाथों पंडित मदन मोहन मालवीय नेशनल मिशन को किया। इसमें प्रोजेक्ट से जुड़े
Well, I think there is some problem with the audio.
Am I audible, sir? No?
Now it is fine.
Hello?
Now it is
yeah, okay. Thank you, sir. I think in between some connection went. Yeah, so sorry for that in between error. And At our center, we have a teacher helping us as vice committee. We have Vice Chancellor University is also with us and is always there in all the programs that we are conducting. We also have Professor K.V. Bhanumurthy, he is also with us today. We also have Professor N.K. Chadda, Professor Aditya Bhattacharjee, Dr. R.P. Singh, and myself and Principal Sir, we are the executive heads. And our journey started from
Mohit, you kindly do something. There is some problem with the audio.
Sir, I will talk to ma'am. Wait.
Hello, am I audible, sir? No? Sorry, I have now connected on my phone. Actually, I don't know what is happening with the Wi-Fi.
There is some problem with your connectivity. I think rest is everything is fine, but I think on your. Okay.
Is it okay now, sir?
Yeah, it's okay now.
Fine.
Okay. So we have successfully completed 6 subjects in EPG Pathshala project and 89 courses having 4 quadrant module, more than 3,500 modules created. And out of these, 42 MOOCs have been developed. Perhaps out of the 63 PG level MOOCs developed under the aegis of UGC, we have contributed for 42 MOOCs, and all these are available for all the teachers and students of the country on SWAM portal. We also have prestigious National Resource Center of Chemistry, where we have the mandate of conducting the ARPIT programs. And third time in a row now, we have started this on 1st December 2020, the ARPIT for chemistry. And I'm also happy to share the today's program that we are starting, the faculty induction program of Ministry of Education. We have also contributed in designing the content framework for this. And I'm thankful to Ministry of Education for providing us this opportunity and putting my college name on this very, very important document. And this will be all these 12 modules we will be transacting in detail. These are the 6 modules which are the core modules, right from roles and responsibilities of a faculty of or academics in higher education to university structure functioning, pedagogic techniques, assessment evaluation, the use of ICT and academic leadership. And there are other elective modules which will be giving overview, and in-depth inputs will be given by none other than our team who has done so much work in this e-content development and MOOCs and on curriculum design and content development. So with these words, I welcome Professor R.C. Kuhad, who is chief guest today, and let me introduce him. Although it is like a very, very long profile, I'll not be able to do justice, but some mention I will like to make that Professor R.C. Kuhad is a very, very eminent academician, and he has represented in several statutory bodies of various universities, institutions, as Governing Council, Planning Board, Executive Council, Academic Council, etc. He has also been the commission member at University Grants Commission, Joint Director at IILL Delhi University, Chairman CEC Digital Content Dissemination, Chairman and Member Selection Committees for various Vice Chancellors, Member Committee for CAS Regulation and Standing Committee for EPG Pathshala Project, Member of Governing Body Information and Library Network Center, whose director we have today with us in FlipNet, and many, many other institutions. Professor Kuhad has been a part of several PG board research committees, and no doubt he has supervised many, many PhDs and MPhil students, and he has good number of publications, more than 140 research publications and around 5 patent. It's a huge welcome you, sir. And he is also in editorial boards of various national, international journals. And no surprise, he had many awards and honors in his kitty. So very thankful to you, sir, for joining today. We also have a guest of honor, Professor J.P. Singh Jurel with us. He's the Director InfluNet UGC. And prior to joining Director InfluNet, he was working as Professor of Statistics in the University of Jammu and Director HRDC there. He has been member of, again, various eminent committees like University Court, Central University of Haryana, Planning and Monitoring Board of Central University of Gujarat, ICT Committee of NAC, Academic Council of CEC, which is the Inter-University Center for UGC, Empowered Committee of UGC Care, Implementation Core Committee of NIRF, just to name a few. Again, the list goes endless. And with more than 33 plus years of experience in teaching as well as research, he has served in various positions in different universities. And he also has many PhD and MPhil students, and has about 100 research papers in various research journals of repute of national and international fame. So I welcome you to this inaugural event, sir. We also have another eminent academician, and one of us, I will say. It's really, first of all, I would like to congratulate you, Dr. Vikas Gupta, for joining as Registrar, University of Delhi, and making so many changes immediately after joining. I think the Delhi University is witnessing the sea of changes. So we hope you will be continuing doing all this good work. And he has recently, he has joined as Joint Secretary UGC, and he is also one of the very active academicians who has contributed in various positions, prominent of which are Director and Member Secretary for Distance Education Council, which is overlooking all the open and distance educations. Then he has also worked as Joint Secretary and Regional Officer at CBSC, looking after the entire school education system. Deputy Registrar, University of Delhi from 2002 to 2005, and he's also worked as Assistant Registrar in Guru Gobind Singh University and at AICT level. So we will be really requesting you, sir, to please take a detailed session also in this 1 month event with your vast knowledge. So we welcome you in this inaugural event. And now I will request our worthy principal, Dr. Jaswinder Singh, to please give formal welcome address. And let me tell you, he is again a well-known academician. He's an economics expert, and you will be looking forward to many contributions as administrative principal and other responsibilities he has. So we will be talking in detail about him later. So please, sir, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Vimal, and let me begin by expressing our gratitude to all the very prestigious panelists. We have as chief guest today Professor Tracy Kuhart, who is I think pioneer in setting up the Department of Microbiology in South Campus in University of Delhi. Professor Kuhart is a prominent researcher in his own field. That Vimal has already mentioned about that, but I think Professor Bakshi and Professor Kuhart, they are essential components of University of Delhi in setting the standards in physical sciences and in life sciences. So in that sense, Professor Kuhart not merely worked in University of Delhi, but he has been steering many committees of the Ministry of HRD, of Ministry of Education, and the University Grants Commission. And recently, when we were confused almost 9 months ago, when the COVID pandemic affected the entire world, that how we shall see these challenges, and Professor Kuhart was called in by the Minister and the University Grants Commission to chalk out the roadmap for us. And he very successfully, gave us the roadmap that how shall our teaching proceed in the years to come. Rather, this is the second academic year which has already started, and we have completed one semester. And also, he suggested many methods that how we can assess the students. His scholarly, his research work has already been mentioned. So let me, that currently he is the Vice Chancellor of Central University, Haryana, which is a very prestigious university, and I think only 100 kilometers away from Delhi. So we are very privileged to have you, sir, as chief guest today. Thank you very much for accepting the invitation. We have Professor J.P. Judhal with us, who has, who is giving us a wide spectrum of experience, and I'm sure his presence will motivate us. INFLIBNET is a very important organization of the University Grants Commission in transmitting the content to the teachers. When we started the EPG Pasha program with Professor Ved Prakash as the mentor for that program, and Professor Bakshi contributing very significantly, the INFLIBNET was given this responsibility of compiling the entire information on its website, and it has very successfully uploaded many recorded lectures and videos under various projects. And it is also helping the students currently, sir, since Khalsa College and University of Delhi subscribe to the INFLIBNET site. Many of our students are actually making use of the books and the journals which are available on your website and which are proving very useful. In fact, this is what exactly I was discussing with my colleagues just a week back. Dr. Vikas Gupta, he is one among us, and we have seen him rising from one post to another. And, look at the experience that he has. He has exposure to the CBSE, not only as a spectator, but as a very, very active participant. Then he has exposure to the All India Technical Education, University of Delhi. I think for the last almost 6 to 7 years, when Dr. Gupta joined as DR, Deputy Registrar, he gave a new direction, and he made huge contribution in understanding the rules and regulations of the University of Delhi. And currently also, after he joined as Registrar, the process of which was held up of the recruitment of the teaching and non-teaching staff has been restored. And I think he, along with the team of the current team of the university, has taken this as a challenge to promote the teachers. Many of us, many of them will be joining today or have already joined, where we are going to introduce them to the faculty induction program. Professor Bakshi is somebody who is, who has given the ideas of how the ICT can, help us build up the bridges between the teachers and the students, not only in the classroom, but much beyond that. I think the work that we started with Professor Bakshi, we never kept Corona pandemic kind of the situation in our mind, but the type of training, the type of work that we were doing both at the UGC level and in the University of Delhi has proved very handy. We have trained before, in fact, these faculty development programs, we already trained close to 6,000 students, either in the content writing or in the technical creation. And when the Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center was given to us, we took this as a challenge. And even though our mandate was to train the new teachers, but later on, looking at the work that we were doing, the ministry asked us to design the faculty development programs also. And Professor Bakshi has played a very significant role in that as chairman. And Professor Bakshi is currently the Vice Chancellor of PDM University, which is just a few kilometers away from the Delhi border. And He has been motivating. I know he has not benefited in any way personally from this, but he has motivated large number of teachers throughout the nation. During this pandemic, only I think close to 30,000 teachers, we have given them the faculty development programs in a very effective way. Not merely the lectures, but the hands-on training, even through the ICT. So this is the strength which Professor Bakshi provided us. Professor Bhanumurthy, again, a teacher of economics, trained economist, but at the same time, he has varied interests. He, in fact, has interest in economics, commerce, business economics, and also in the training components of this. Professor Bhanumurthy is the vice chairman of our centers, and he has again been, he has never let any teacher feel that he is not part of the project, even though the teachers have contributed in a very, very minuscule way, but they felt very important component of our entire program, which we have been pursuing for the last almost, I think, it's almost 10 years now. I'm grateful to the entire team, which is coordinating Dr. Bibu, Dr. Amit, then Dr. Julka, who will be joining us, or maybe he has already joined. So all this is very important. And in this faculty induction program, as Dr. Vimal mentioned, that this center gave many modules which were accepted by the Ministry of HRD as training modules. Because this will give you a lot of exposure through your hands-on training. And this is what exactly is required to conduct the class, both in the blended way and also when we are meeting the students face to face. The teachers are empowered through these programs that how can they prepare their lectures, how can they share their lectures, how can they bring in somebody else when they are taking the class. So all these modules will be taught to you, and we shall also be exposing you to how the university system functions, the University Grants Commission, what is its role, the University of Delhi, your service conditions, and how the teachers are promoted. All those things will be discussed with you in this month-long program. And Dr. Gupta, which as Dr. Vimal has already requested him, I will take his consent to be there as part of the resource persons. Thank you once again, and I express gratitude on behalf of the Management Committee of Khalsa College and also on behalf of the University of Delhi, especially to Professor J.P. Jodhelji, who has, I think who is joining for the first time, and Professor Kohad, who has, I know, both the Vice Chancellors, their busy schedule, so I will not take much time, and I will request Dr. Vimal to proceed further. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your welcome address, and I am really thankful for your support. Otherwise, all these activities would not have been possible in our college. So with that, now I will request our chief guest, Professor R.C. Kuhad, sir, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Haryana, to give his words of blessings to this event and inaugurate this FIP, which is a 1-month program, and it will be like all these participants will be very actively involved in various activities, some live, some through video lectures, some hands-on in other mode. So welcome, sir. Please, your words of wisdom we are looking for.
Professor Rath, I'm very much delighted to be among my own colleagues and of course with the participants. And a couple of days back when you called me, I was a bit surprised, but today when I'm present here, I'm not surprised at all. Rather, you gave me an opportunity to see virtually our friends, which we could not see for years together, because Professor Jaswinder Singh, he never called me before, He's my good friend. I'm not complaining that. But today you gave me an opportunity, and I'm virtually present in Khalsa College.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I welcome, first of all, Professor Gad-Tlc ji. We have been getting an opportunity to work together. And Professor J.P. Singh Jurel, good friend of mine. Dr. Vikas Gupta, as Vimal has rightly said, that he is one of us. And sometimes you really feel so much emotional when you talk about your own people. And so I am today. Those who are associated with this program, I'm very much happy to see each one of you, and please accept my attitude and my welcome as well. I'm very, very glad that Khalsa College, under the ambit of Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission on Teachers and Teaching, which is a flagship program of Ministry of Education. Earlier it was MHRD. And you are the first higher education institution which started or established this teaching learning center in the name of Guru Angad Dev. You deserve every congratulation on behalf of the educationists from this country. And dear friends, I have been associated with EPG Pathshala along with Professor Bakshi, and I know that Professor Vimal Rath has really contributed as far as e-content development in 6 subjects from Khalsa College itself. And I think he has the major role in establishing this center as well and running this center. I don't have any hesitation in saying that, but of course the maximum support came from Dr. Jaswinder Singh and Professor Bakshi, and Professor Bhanu Murthy ji has always, or of course, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting Professor Chadda as well, because they really supported, say, Vimal Rath. And today, I also like submit that sometimes I used to have or had appreciation, the apprehension about the success of this whole program which you were having in 6 subjects, but slowly my all apprehensions vanished, and today I'm one of the admirer of this center, and specifically say Dr. Vimal Rath. Professor Ved Prakash ji, former chairman UGC, has, I think, every good words for you and your center, Professor Jaswinder Singh ji, and I think you always will have his, say, blessings for your success in the time to come. And I'm also very happy that you have taken an initiative to start this faculty induction program in such a emergent situation when we are suffering from this COVID-19 pandemic. It's a wonderful beginning. And as you have briefed, and Professor Jaswinder also mentioned about the whole program, if you ask me, I would only like to say that the cornerstone of any education system is teachers, and the quality of education is determined as well as it is dependent on the quality of its teachers. In higher education, faculty development is central to the issues of quality and excellence. in order to ensure continuous flow of talented and qualified faculty to meet the expanding needs of higher education. A special drive is needed to attract and incentivize talent to pursue teaching as a career. And I think that's the objective you have taken and you are heading towards that. The present higher education system, which we all know that it focuses only on the domain of subject knowledge of the faculty, largely speaking. But somehow it does not focus on what is required, that is on teaching learning process, pedagogical content, and its various tools, which are very vital to increase the quality of learning experience in the different educational programs, which is rather a backbone of the educational system. Hence, it will be mandatory for a newly recruited faculty in the time to come to undergo a mandatory induction program after their appointment in higher education institutions. And that, of course, after 2018 regulation, it has become mandatory, no doubt about that. The induction program will include teaching and research methodologies like flipped classrooms, collaborative learning, case studies or case approach, you can say, use of ICT, structure of the curriculum and its design, sensitization to gender and social diversity, professional ethics, sharing of best practices, and of course, facilities. In addition to that, it will be focusing on updation of developments in their field of study. The main objective of the induction program is to sensitize and motivate the faculty to adopt learner-centered approaches, ICT integrated learning, and new pedagogic approaches to teaching, learning, assessment tools in higher education. The curriculum reforms in universities and colleges in the context of interdisciplinary and applied approaches to knowledge have become necessary. The evaluation process needs to be made more scientific in order to encourage the development of multiple skills of students, and this aspect also should be taken during the faculty induction program. Faculty development programs, in my opinion, include the 4 possible types of development: personal, interpersonal skills, career development, and life planning issues. Another could be institutional, for example, course design and development, instructional technology. Third, organizational, which includes ways to improve the institutional environment to better support the whole teaching program. And finally, professional, which includes ways to support faculty members so that they fulfill their multiple roles of teaching, research, and service. And of course, service to the society also should be part of your faculty induction program. Dear friends, faculty development has a critical role to play in promoting academic excellence and innovation. There is one of the priority actions aimed at improving the professional capability and performance of teachers to deliver effectively and quality learning. I'm very happy to know that this faculty induction programs will include 12 modules as a content framework, and Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center has completely contributed in designing this content framework, as Vimal has also briefed you about. That Ministry of Education has included the name of the institution and its, say, Teaching Learning Center. I once again congratulate, say, the center, and there will be different 12 core modules, which will include various aspects, the roles and responsibilities of a faculty. Module 2, University Structure and Functioning. Module 4, Pedagogic Techniques and Teaching and Learning Methods. Likewise, there are, different, modules which have been designed by this center only. I'm really very happy to go through all these, modules. Even they have, I think, selected certain elective modules as well. And to my mind, I think the team which has worked for designing these modules, as the title I am going through, I think in my opinion, they are the perfect kind of the modules have been prepared. And I'm pretty sure, because I have practically seen, Dr. Vimal Nath and her team working, that I can assure the participants that even content-wise, you will be very much satisfied. I'm sure this will be a great success, and this will be addition to the professional development of our teachers or the faculty who are participating in this program. And I wish that this Teaching Learning Center continues to organize these FIP program so that larger number of faculty get benefited, and ultimately or eventually you can say the institutional get the benefit, and the students get lastly the benefit. And I once again express my gratefulness to the Khalsa College, Professor Jasbir Singh ji, as well as Vimal Rath and the whole team for giving an opportunity and inviting me to participate and share my views. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your blessings to this event and to us. It's really our pride, privilege and honor to have blessings from you, sir. And we will be doing our best to make this program a real success, because ultimately the quality of teachers is going to transform the quality of education. And this team is not only contributed the e-content and all, we have taken this now as a mission that how our experience we can share with our younger colleagues, so that because so much massive work has to be done in order to transform integrating ICT. And with your words, it is the right pace that you have set up for start of this program. Thank you so much for gracing the occasion and giving. Thank you, sir. And now I will request my colleague from Delhi University, Dr. Vikas Gupta, to please, I know, and excuse me, Jurel sir, for slightly switching over, and Bakshi sir, because he has some urgent meetings, and I know he's working for all of us. So please, Dr. Vikas Gupta, we are looking forward to hear words from you, and also looking forward to a very enlightening session for all the participants and us also on the entire grip of administration you have on especially the service rules and all. So we will be really requesting you to give that lecture as well. So sir, please, your remarks on this inaugural.
And thank you so much. Respected Professor Kuhat sir, most respected Professor A.K. Bakshi sir, our guest of honor colleague Professor Jurel, Professor Bhanumurthy ji, Professor Jaswinder Singh ji, and Dr. Vimal Rar, and other organizers and participants. It is a privilege for me to be associated with all of you in this very induction training program, which is being conducted through an online mode. In the initial remarks, Professor Jaswinder Singh sir said that when COVID-19 pandemic started in the month of March, there was a total chaos. He asked what would happen to the education, how the education would move forward. And we were very much confused about the teaching practices which are available with us, how we are going to use those practices so that we can deliver our best abilities to the students and ultimately benefit the learners. Going in line with the tradition, I know the Khalsa College, specifically the center, is playing a very big role in organizing the induction and the refresher programs for the larger interest of the teachers. Most of the teachers, I should not say most, but I've seen many of the teachers do take or do participate in the training programs of specific induction training just to complete the formality for their promotion from stage 1 to stage 2. But if we see the training programs, specifically the induction training program, it gives a whole scenario to these teachers to become the real teachers. We have obtained a degree, we qualified examinations, we entered into teaching profession. So that was an activity before pre-service as a teacher. Then we started teaching. But how we are going to deliver, what we are going to deliver, how we are going to tackle, how we are going to manage, what are the code of professional ethics for the teachers, what are the other aspects of the teachers, that is whole ambit which is covered under the induction training program. The National Education Policy 2020 has again highlighted the most important role the teacher is going to play in transforming the education in the 21st century. The importance of the teacher cannot be underestimated. The teachers who are learning today, they would tomorrow become the mentor. And how they would become the mentor is through the induction training programs, through the refresher programs, when they upgrade their knowledge, their skills, their methodologies, their interactions, their all capabilities. Ultimately, what I believe is that these training programs are going to set the tone for the teachers for their personal and professional identity. And when we talk about their personal and professional identity, it again is not limited to certain boundaries. These boundaries are again to be decided by the teachers only. I was discussing with Jaswinder Singh sir how we will be conducting these programs, how many sessions would be there every day. So he told me that it will be a full day program, 2 sessions in the morning, 2 sessions in the afternoon. But sometimes the teachers, they approach us that it is an online program. We would not be taking any leave from our regular duties, and we would be continuing with our regular duties as well as participating in the induction training program. So this makes little confusing for me that how the teachers, because I have received those requests from 2 or 3 colleges that they want to attend these programs online mode, but this would not affect their normal duties. So I believe they would not be doing justice to either of the 2 professions, either to the training program or maybe to the teaching profession. Learning in the induction program is very important. We learn about various other things, not only about the code of professional ethics, but about human values also, which is making a good teacher. So I would not take much time of all of you. I wish you all the very best to all the participants. I congratulate the organizers for taking this initiative in fulfilling the requirements, because ultimately the teachers look for participation in the training program for fulfilling the requirements for their promotion. They also see that UGC has given relaxation that the training programs and the refresher courses are not mandatory for promotion up to certain date. So they are not mandatory, but you have not been exempted. So you are required to attend these training programs compulsory for their promotion avenues also. With these words, I once again convey my sincere thanks and best wishes, and also convey my sincere thanks especially to Professor Jaswinder Singh ji for giving an opportunity and inviting me to be associated with you. Sir, Professor Jilal sir, I apologize for taking away your time, and kindly pardon me, kindly excuse me, and with all my best wishes, I pay my regards. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vikas. And rightly, you have mentioned that even in training programs, we have to come out with a pedagogy. And let me tell you, sir, here the teachers are joining, first of all, for promotional requirements is one aspect, but they are coming in many activities where irrespective of their promotional requirements, also they are joining the program. And also, sir, let me inform you that this program has been designed in two ways. One is a flexible method where the teachers are not able to take the duty leaves. For them, we are extending it to another month where they will be able to complete the projects and assignments. And another one, those able to take the will have to strictly complete all the requirements to fulfill this program within one. Recording our sessions, putting it on the learning management system. So even if the teachers are missing some of the sessions, they can review and go through that video again and again. And technically, we are tracking that if they are not able to attend live session, then they should be able to attend and all those details I'll be talking with the participants later on. But we are more responsible in this way, and we also are one of the teachers, so we look from the user end as well, and that's how we are designing and giving this flavor in the training programs as well. So thank you so much for your timings, time for this inaugural event and your valuable input, sir, and we will be looking forward to your detailed session. Thank you so much. And now I will request Professor A.K. Bakshi, who is Vice Chancellor PDM University. Actually, he was supposed to be giving overview before our other distinguished guests. But sir, please give your valuable insight into the FIP and how we have designed this and taken this further. Sir, please, we are looking forward to your kind words.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vimal, for giving me this opportunity. Esteemed Professor Kohard, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Haryana, Professor Jorel, Director in FLIBNet, my colleague and friend, Dr. Vikas Gupta, Registrar, University of Delhi, Dr. Jaswinder Singh, Dr. Vimal Rar, Professor K.V. Bhanumurthy, members of the organizing team, and last but not the least, dear participants from all over the country. Let me at the very outset extend a very, very warm welcome to all of you. It's indeed a great pleasure and a privilege to be a part of an event in which we have many distinguished personalities with us. Professor Kohard, who hardly needs any introduction, is with us. Then Professor Jorel, everybody knows him. He is the Director of Information and Library Network. He is with us. Although I remember he has visited Khalsa College earlier on one of the occasions. And then our own person, Dr. Vikas Gupta, who has recently joined Delhi University as the registrar, he is also gracing the occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, this is basically a faculty induction program. And if you look at the details of this program, this is for freshly inducted faculty, because this is basically to familiarize them with their roles as the new faculty members in higher education. Because as Dr. Vikas very rightly said, when a person enters a teaching profession, she has knowledge, domain knowledge, then research capability, net examination, all those things are there. But then there is no formal training as to how one should teach. One may not be familiar with the various university rules and regulations. Therefore, the aim is to orient duly recruited faculty members with all these things. And that is why this faculty induction program has been designed. You know, there are many challenges in this age. It is said that we are living in an age of uncertainty because the students who are in school education at present, they do not know what type of jobs they will pursue once they come out of the education system. There is so much uncertainty. Then technology is taking a big, entry into our education system. Other day I was reading where it was mentioned that by the time present day students will come out of the education system, artificial intelligence will equal their own intelligence. So there is going to be a lot of uncertainty. So when such is the age of uncertainty, we need to prepare our teachers for the roles which are before them. You know, when we joined as a lecturer in Delhi University, there were no refresher or orientation courses. They came much later. But now we have these orientation and refresher courses online. And please remember, main duties of a teacher, as it is said, is teaching and doing research. Teaching is disseminating knowledge, while doing research is creating knowledge. And there are many challenges in this. The biggest challenge is that the knowledge in all disciplines is growing very, very fast. As a matter of fact, the doubling time of the growth of knowledge has shrunk considerably. So teachers need to be made aware of this, because tomorrow they may have to, revise curriculum. So all these aspects have to be taken into account. Then, there are three things which are very important in any education system. What do you teach? That is curriculum. Then how do you teach? That is teaching and learning. And the third is, how do you assess your students? And therefore, all teachers need to be trained for that. Teaching learning is also undergoing a big change. We normally follow chalk and talk method. But with technology, new pedagogies are coming. Flipped classroom is coming. Blended learning is coming. So teachers need to be equipped for that. And then in assessment also, it is said assessment drives learning. The way you assess your students will start learning in that way. So how we can enhance the quality of education by transforming the culture of assessment, that also needs to be told to the teachers. So you can very well see how education scenario is changing. And then technology is coming in a very, very big way. As the new education policy has said, that the relationship between technology and education is bidirectional. Technology helps in enhancing the quality of education. And once the quality of education is enhanced, it helps in improving the technology. So they feed on each other. There was a time when there was no technology. Then ICT came, and with that e-learning and MOOCs came. And now disruptive technologies are coming, like artificial intelligence, robotics, gamification. And they will further change the scenario. So what I mean to say is, there is so much to be learned, because the hallmark of any education system is that it must change with the changing times. And that is what we need to do. That is what we need to tell our teacher through these programs, that please be always on a learning spree, never stop learning, be a lifelong learner. Besides that, how do the universities function? How do the colleges function? What are the rules of governance? What are the rules of administration? How can you become an academic leader? So many things. You know, sometimes I feel that nobody told us all these things when we were entering the profession. But then the faculty induction program will equip you with all the challenges which lie ahead in this profession. Then it's up to you how well you make use of these challenges and convert them into opportunities for your own growth. I'm very sure that this faculty induction program, in which we are going to have eminent resource persons, will be a huge success. It will really tell you what you all need to do. And then rest depends upon you. So my best wishes for the success of this program. I once again thank the organizers for inviting me to be a part of this inaugural event. And I'm sure that by the time this course ends, all of you will be really empowered and energized with the various lectures which are delivered. Thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you so much for your kind words. And we are waiting for the keynote session by none other than Professor Bakshi, who will be talking about achieving excellence in higher education in India in the 21st century, challenges and opportunities, immediately after this inaugural event. And we are really blessed, sir, and it's a motivation for all the younger participants, teachers, colleagues to listen to you, because while entering this education system, if we can learn from stalwarts like you and all the other academicians who have joined, that your own experience, your teaching quality, your reflections in the way all these resource persons will be presenting, and amongst them Professor A.K. Bakshi sir, it's not it is like your own team. So please don't say this word that it feels like you're outsider. No, these centers are yours, and we are taking your blessings and designing all these activities, and that's what is quality, which means, because so many senior academicians, even after their retirement, they are putting their time, and why they are doing so, it is to nurture all of you dear participants, that in the initial years, if you understand what we actually, and rightly said by Professor Bakshi, that we were not given any training, it is just the hit and trial that we learn these tools, and now whatever experience we have, we will be sharing, and the idea will be that if we can put that spark into you for lifelong learning, and the same you have to do with your students in the classroom. That is the main mission of this FIP, that will try to put in that spark in all of you. So thank you so much for being with us, Bakshi sir. And now we will be requesting our next guest of honor, who is Professor J.P. Singh Jorel, Director in FilmNet UGC, to please give your valuable input, sir, and especially you are representing a center which is doing so much activity, and all the teachers who are coming from different universities and institutions, they're not from Delhi University, they're from across the country, and how they can benefit as individual teachers from your institution, and also as their institution through various library resources and other rich electronic content and others that you have put up. So we will be requesting you also, sir, to depute someone, or if you can take the session, it will be our pleasure. So, but yes, we are very fortunate to have you here and to give your inputs to this inaugural event. Welcome, sir.
Respected Professor R.C. Kohad, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Haryana, Professor Bakshi, Second Vice Chancellor in a university in Haryana near to Rohtak. Dr. Jaswinder Singh, Principal of Sri Guru Tegh Bahadur Khalsa College, Delhi. Professor K.V. Bhanumurthy, Dr. Vimal Rad, and all other distinguished participants, dignitaries. Good evening to all of you. First of all, I would like to give my thanks to Dr. Vimal Rad and our team for inviting me for today's function. And although I'm sharing, this is my first that is the public appearance after COVID, because in last 38 days, I'm fighting with Corona. I infected it on 24th of October. So the way Vimal ma'am requested me, I accepted the, okay, I will join because for some time. So it's my first the appearance. And my congratulations also to Professor Jaswinder Singh and his team for taking a lead in the doing and accepting the challenge for spreading this higher education related activities through ICT, SWAYAM, or many other things. And I think Principal was saying that I have not visited the college. I remember that on last year, on 31st August, there is a workshop in your college, wherein then Secretary Higher Education Subramaniam, Vice Chairman AICT, Professor Punia, our respected Professor Ved Prakash ji was also there. I was also there on that day. So, without taking much time, because it's difficult for me to sit for a long time, but I'm waiting for my turn for last 1 hour. I'm under medication also. It is a good thing that the Khalsa College is organizing this faculty induction program under Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center. And one more thing, when I was a teacher during late 80s, that time we had academic staff colleges. Now later on it become HRDCs. And in addition to HRDCs, nowadays Ministry of Education brought with another scheme, that is the Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission for Teachers and Teaching, and it is funding over 100 institutions for different programs, whether it is ARPIT, whether it is FIP, or we can say that the other courses. So one thing is common in all the schemes and these programs since 86. What may be the recommendation guidelines? And the common point is that even we consider the new national education policy also. So one thing is common in all, that is the teacher is always at central point, whether in one way or other way. Whether when we talk about the research, then role of the teachers. When we talk about the teaching, again role of the teachers. When we talk about the introduction of the new, that is the technology, again the role of teachers. When we talk of the nation building, then again role of the teachers. When we again say about the student, then again it is teacher. And when you go through this national education policy document, from starting to end, whether we are discussing the school teacher or we are discussing the secondary teacher, primary teacher, higher education teacher, or any aspect, whether technology is there, you'll find everywhere role of teacher is there. So teachers in today's on the driving seat, we have to provide the leadership to the faculty members, so to the our budding students. Even we talk about the gross enrollment ratio, directly or indirectly, here also the role of the teachers comes, and the government is discussing at many points. When you see at primary level, our gross enrollment ratio is almost 100%, that is 99%. But when we move at the middle level, middle education, it comes down to 92%. Then at secondary level, it goes to 80%. When come to this, that is secondary education, it reduced to 56%. Then we move to higher education, it's come down again somewhere around 26%. So we see here the level of education is increasing, higher education, and the gross enrollment ratio is coming down. So there is a inversely the proportional is there. So it is also the role of the teachers as per the new education policy document. So including our own teaching, now the responsibility of the teachers is to use the ICT based teaching and learning. Not only this COVID pandemic, but also after this period, whether it will be blended mode or whatever, but there will be a urgent requirement of this online, or you can say blended mode of teaching and learning. Even when we will implement from coming years, maybe 2021, I think so, the government is focusing and in action mode that we will implement the new education policy from 2021 onwards. So to implement that policy, we will have to follow the online this teaching methodology, not for only teaching but also for the examination and assessment purpose. So we will have to be ready for adopting such technologies, and in that case, whether you can say the HRDC is also there, or this Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya mission is also there, or some other centers are also there. They are taking keen interest in motivating and training the faculty members. Now, there was a time when we used to talk about the newly appointed faculty members and young faculty members. Now, for use of this technology, one cannot say, no, I'm old or I'm across 50, I can't use this technology. So one and everyone has to use this technology for meeting out the current challenges and accept the challenge of the future. So without taking much time, with my health condition, I'm sure during this faculty improvement program, as ma'am has already discussed, that they have the 12 different modules. So you will enjoy, and I will depute someone from my expert from my center. So he will be there with you for 2 sessions or 1 session. That is 1 session especially for the different activities of the influence center that are useful for the faculty members, universities and colleges. And other session can be taken for, if ma'am think it is all right, then the creation of e-content under for either for MOOC or SWAM or for any other thing, or for example your own learning management system, whether you're using your own one or you developed or your university had hired from some vendor. But nowadays, from each and every faculty member has to be ready to learn how to create the e-content in all 4 quadrants, as well as how to use the available technology for betterment of our students. Because there was a time when we used to talk about the hardbound books, journals and material only. But nowadays, in the era of the e-contents, whether it is the distance mode, whether it is the online degree, whether it is our own online teaching, whether it's the blended mode. So the content will play a vital role. For all courses, we need content, and it's the duty of the concerned teacher to develop his or her own, that is e-contents for the subjects, and also made available the e-contents from different other sources that are relevant to the course content. So my thanks and appreciation to the management of Guru Tegh Bahadur Khalsa College, led by Professor Jaswinder Singh and Madam Vimal Rar, for inviting me, and my best wishes for the whole college and the center for doing and organizing such wonderful courses. With these words, I stop here and thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much. Vimal, please go ahead.
Looking for help in deputing someone for taking those sessions. Thank you so much for that, and I wish you speedy recovery for corona, and regrets. Actually, I was in the impression that you have recovered full, but So very, very sorry for kept you waiting. Otherwise,
No,
it
it's
would
okay.
have
All right,
taken
no
much
problem. It's okay.
Sir, thank you so much for
So,
giving your time, sir.
Lily ma'am, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. And really, as you mentioned, that teachers are the key of the system, and in e-content, which is the need now for going towards the blended learning, but the quality of e-content is very, very important, and that's our group is trying to also give that input in while doing the training, that it's not the junk that we have to create it, something which can be used to empower ourselves as teachers in the classroom, and as well as empower other teachers also. So we have something like teachers e-kit, where they are creating this 4-quadrant module, and Kuhad sir very well knows that myself and Professor Bakshi, we had designed this 4-quadrant module of EPG Pathshala. So what was the entire philosophy behind that in terms of quality and quantity standards? So all these we will be giving inputs in these upcoming sessions. So thank you so much. And now I will request Professor K.V. Bhanumurthy sir is again Vice Chairman of our centers, and one of the very, very dedicated team member with us. And it is like this team is not there just for the inaugural and they will go away. No, we are there to be with you, taking all the sessions, being with you. And Professor Bhanumurthy sir is one of them. And we have distinguished other resource persons, especially we will be looking forward for various hands-on session coming from Dr. Arun Julka, Dr. Amit Sehgal, Dr. Bibu Sahu will be also taking, he will be here design something on your personal tax planning. So not only with your professional other commitments, but something which will be helping you in your profession. Otherwise, we don't have to look forward to a CA for filing our return. So we are actually looking for that enlightening session from Bibu. And Dr. Sarita Pasi, she will be helping us in various teachers e-kit presentation. And all of you, dear colleagues, we will be given something, a teacher's e-kit to prepare, where the various dimension about the flipped classroom, how the teacher's entire manual, that while you're transacting a class, what all ingredients have to be there, what all you have to search and keep them together, some no mores, and the Bloom's taxonomy related assessments, that how you can cater to different level of learners is what is in store for all of you. And now I will request Professor K.V. Bhanumurthy sir to please give a vote of thanks and your inputs as well, sir.
Dr.
Thank you, Vimal. Thank you.
Just a minute, Professor Bhanumurthy, before you start, there are two hands which have been raised. Professor Bhanumurthy will take up those queries also. But I think we are going to have a very long session with Professor A.K. Bakshi. I would request Dr. Nemichand Meena ji and Dhara Singh Meena ji, if they have very important something to ask from Professor Kohart and others, they are welcome. Maybe they want to ask something.
Yeah, and you can please put your question answers, and all our further sessions are going to be interactive with all of it will not be one side. The way we want the teaching learning to happen, the same way we will be having the methodology for these. So you can put your questions in the Q&A sections of this, and I can share this and ask from our eminent academicians present here. Any questions? You can put in either chat or Q&A section. And let me share the information, sir. Here we have 107 participants who have joined in this 1-month faculty induction program. It's a good response that we have got, although we not have quite a long time for making it to spread further, but we have got very, very good response from our colleagues. Yeah, Dr. Pankaj is saying, yeah, please, you can write. Any specific question to Professor R.C. Kohad sir or Professor J.P. Singh Jorel? Because rest, all of us, we are going to be there with you, don't worry. And we will rather request Kohad sir also to spare some more time if you will wish to give some more insights to our participants, sir.
I'm enjoying your session. And that's why I'm saying that. Now I can
Yes.
say the ill health of Professor Jurel, and we pray to God for his speedy recovery. Yes, anybody say is interested to have any sort of questions?
Yeah, any question from the very eminent academicians we have in the inaugural session?
Yeah, please feel free. Even apart from the faculty induction development program, anything if you.
I think Dr. Pankaj is mentioned in the chat that he is a request that we should provide transcripts during the program so that they can go through. In fact, you will be given much more inputs than that. We can assure you will have not only videos, you'll have lots of quizzes related to that. So you just have to be on your toes, and I'm sure we'll not only meet your expectations, we'll actually exceed those, I'm quite sure.
Good.
Thanks. And let me add there, we will be providing you these video lectures recorded and will be telling you how to access them so that you can watch them again and again. And then, sir, there's one question, how to see the quality of SWAYAM courses. I think Professor Kuhad, sir, can...
Yeah.
How to check the quality of SWAYAM courses?
Right. Quality is something which is I think the prime requirement that we have been talking about. And quality can be judged by the participants themselves. If today I say that I have had an experience of working with the whole team over here, I can assure you that certainly you'll be satisfied when you will be going back at the end of the day. But today, if we talk about, say, quality, it has to be in terms of the content and based on the kind of feedback. Because when you deliver the content and have the feedback from the participant or the stakeholders, that itself will reflect about the quality. Because as such, there is no parameter, I think, if you ask me, for measuring the quality. But certainly the feedback which will be received from the participants and the level of satisfaction of the participant, and then quality you could judge only when you have the level of expectations and your expectations are met at the end of the day. I think that way you'll be able to judge the quality. If today itself we just give a dictionary definition of the quality, that won't suffice according to me.
Very valid point, sir. And the quality also keeps on moving, because today, whatever technologies, whatever information and knowledge we have, maybe after 5 years or 10 years, they will say, oh, this is the poor quality. Now we can have better. So all of you are going to become part of improving and improving these qualities, because the expectation, as rightly said by Professor Kuhad, that it is the expectation from your receiver, whether it's the student or like now your participant for this program. So your expectations and what we deliver, the same has to be put up in every context, and always there is a scope of improvement, and we will be looking forward to your feedback on daily basis and keep on improving. And my entire technical team will be there to help you along with us for helping you out in any problem, whether it is the technical issue or otherwise. We are there with you in this program. So now I'll request Professor K.V. Bhanumurthy sir to please add some more and give the formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, Vimal. I'll just make a couple of points because they have come up during the inaugural session. First of all, we were just talking about quality, and I might like to inform Professor Jurel, Professor Kuhad, and many of the eminent academicians here that in these past almost 10 years, our center has been developing a framework for quality. And in some of the lectures, I'm sure that Vimal will be able to show you, there is a circle of quality. In management also, there is something known as quality circles, but we have developed our own circle of quality with very measurable and specific criteria on what quality is and how it can be attained. That is one point I wanted to make about quality. About what Dr. Vikas Gupta had said, that this conflict between joining the FDPs and FIPs and at the same time having to teach, we must be prepared for a structural change. Earlier, when we used to speak about refresher courses, then the mode of delivery was very different. The teacher used to go for 3 weeks and attend from 10 o'clock up to 4 o'clock. And then with a lunch break and tea break and all, effectively, it used to come down to about 4 hours of teaching or 4 hours of training. But today, if you see the change in the, in the case of FDPs, we have intensive teaching or training programs in the whole of the afternoon from 2 to 6 o'clock. That is itself around 4 hours. And then apart from that, we give a lot of additional material in the form of videos and other material which the participants can view. Then we also give many assignments. And so we must be prepared for how to interpret the whole structural change. We shouldn't just be looking back to those days when we used to have these 21-day refresher courses and and another thing about making this comparison is that now all the content which is being delivered in FIPs and FDPs is so structured and it is so targeted that it is not like in the old times when we used to have orientation programs. Anyone would come and speak for half an hour and go away. Everything is so structured. It is so useful to the teachers. So that is one point that I would like to make about what Dr. Vikas had raised. And finally, one more thing, we've all been talking about COVID. And first of all, on that note, I'm really thankful to Professor Jurel that he has taken time, even though he was not well. And thank you for being here with us. So, but what I want to make a point here is that, in fact, during COVID, it has become like a blessing in disguise. Earlier, teachers used to wait for getting a chance to get into some refresher course. And sometimes they had to wait for 2 years even or 3 years. There were some 40 seats and they would never get the opportunity to get into a refresher course. Today, every week, there is some FDP or FIP which is being announced somewhere in the country. And because it is online, sitting in Delhi or sitting in Punjab or sitting in Maharashtra, you have access to a whole lot of such programs. In fact, there is such wide choice. So in this context, I'll come back to my first point, which is about quality. What the statement that we at our Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center at Khalsa College, the statement that we are trying to make is that yes, you have got a wide choice today, but you will learn when you attend the courses in our centers, how the effort which goes into these programs, and really you will understand how to distinguish between various training programs that are going about. So that also would speak about quality. Thank you for giving me a couple of minutes, and I just wanted to clarify certain things. As a formal vote of thanks, first and foremost, I would like to thank Professor R.C. Kohad. We've had a long association. I was there for about 10 years in South Campus. and we had various occasions to meet and work together. And then also he has been kind enough to call me as an expert to Central University and on the selection committees and so on. Then apart from that, we've had a long association because he has been the chairman of EPG Pathshala, where we were constantly interacting. So thank you to respond to our request and you spent now close to 1.5 hours over here, and we would request you to, if possible, to come and take some session also. Thank you for again. And Professor Jurel, I would also thank you. And I very much remember that occasion on 31st of August when you were present amongst other dignitaries here. So here again, in future also, whenever there is an occasion, our relationship with InfluNet is also very, for a long time, we have been having a relationship with InfluNet during the times of EPG Pathshala and so on. So we would like to further strengthen this relationship. I would also like to thank the other team members, especially Professor Bakshi. He's always there and he gives a wonderful talk on various aspects. And on the whole, of course, the credit goes to the organizing team, the Dr. Jaswinder, all the resources that are provided, and Vimal with all her, energy and vision. I think we'll do our best to see to it. Of course, most of all, we must thank the participants and also our team members. And one last, thanks is due to Ministry of Education. We always, and of course, I'm forgetting one of the most important people who is today, who is not here, but always is there for us, is our mentor, Professor Ved Prakash. Maybe he's not directly present here, but his spirit is always there. So after having thanked all, I would like to finally thank the participants. And I can assure you one thing, that you won't, regret having joined this. And most often it happens with our programs that people, when they come and join, they're very skeptical. They say, we don't know how 4 weeks are going to pass. But at the end of 4 weeks, you start to begin to ask for more. You say, okay, put us onto your mailing list. We would like to know if there are more programs coming up. So you might be having some doubts here to begin with. But I'm sure we have a complete system, a network, and you will be informed. And I'm sure at the end of 4 weeks, you will benefit and you'll also get more than a certificate, as has been said. Thank you, women.
Thank you so much, sir. And I'll rather request Kuhad sir and Jurel sir if they can also continue with us, because we are going to have one very exciting session with Professor Bakshi, and the title, as I mentioned, it is Achieving Excellence in Higher Education in India in the 21st Century, Challenges and Opportunities. And it is my pleasure to introduce him formally. I could not do it in that inaugural session. So formally we have winded up the inaugural, but we will be now continuing with this very, very enlightening session, which will give you an entire overview. And one more point before I introduce him is we wanted Professor Ved Prakash sir also, but he had some other commitment, and he will be joining in some of the sessions, and we will be sharing some of the video lectures he has recorded in the theme of the faculty induction program. So all the participants will be watching that, and there will be question answers and interactions with the sir, which will be planned in the coming week. Hello. And now let me introduce Professor A.K. Bakshi sir. Hello.
प्रोफेसर विमल।
हाँ जी सर।
यहाँ से लिफ्ट से नीचे उतरूंगा, लिफ्ट से मैं पार्किंग, अपनी पार्क में जाऊंगा मैं, तुम
beg pardon, say Professor Bakshi ji. It would have been my pleasure to listen you, but I had to go for another program.
It's okay, sir. It's okay. Please go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Kohar. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Professor Jaswinder Singh.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jodel. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
So, dear colleagues, let's get started with the keynote address, and it will be done by Professor A.K. Bakshi, sir. He's the founder VC of PDH Badurgarh, Haryana, and he has been the Executive Director of Tertiary Education Commission, Mauritius, and also Vice Chancellor of UP Rajarshi Tandon Open University, UP RTO.
Vimal, there is some problem with the audio, I think, again.
Sir, I think there is some connectivity issue. I will get back to
Yeah, I think she is on the telephone network.
Mohit,
Yeah, there is problem with the.
am I audible?
Yeah, now you are audible.
Yes, ma'am, it's fine.
Okay, thank you. So Professor Bakshi is also presently the chairman of National Resource Center of Chemistry, Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center of MHRD, and Center for E-Learning at he is has been in various committees of national level, like Standing Committee of National Mission on Education through ICT when the entire e-learning mission started, chairman of the Content Advisory Committee for Chemistry for Sakshat Portal. Professor Bakshi has also been the director of Institute of Lifelong Learning, where I actually started my professional journey with him when we worked in the area at Delhi University level, and we also had many NME ICT projects. Then he was also the director of CPDHE, which is the Academic Staff College or the UGC-HRDC of Delhi University. And now you know he has also the experience of handling the training and part. So we continuously seek guidance in that front as well. A double gold medalist and PhD of Delhi University, Dr. Bakshi did his postdoctoral training at University of Erlangen-Nuremberg, Germany, with Professor J. Ladik, and Kyoto University and Institute of Fundamental Chemistry, Kyoto, Japan, with Professor K. Fukui, the Nobel laureate, and Professor T. Yamabe. He also has been a visiting scientist at the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Professor Bakshi's research interests include theoretical polymer chemistry with special reference to electrically conducting polymers and biopolymers, and with the authorship and co-authorship of more than 170 research papers and education articles. He has in his KT one patent as well. And
Leave
he
it,
has
Vimal. Now you can leave it.
I'll just say he has been recipient of several awards and academic honors, including the Haryana Ratan Award, World Education Award, Bharat Jyoti Award, many lists. I think I'll share your this brief profile with the participants in the portal. And Professor Bakshi was felicitated 2 times for his distinctive and outstanding contribution to education, including e-transformation of the University of Delhi by the former President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Last but not the least, Professor Bakshi distinction of one of the first persons from the third Indian research expedition to Antarctica, long way in 1984. So we are really delighted to have your session as the keynote session in this faculty induction program, sir. And you are please invited to speak on this title. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Vimal, for your very, very kind words of introduction. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
One thing which I was noting was that you are introducing everybody, but perhaps no one has introduced you properly. Because, if you look at your career, it's an example for many as to how dedication and sincerity can take you to greater heights. So you are unique in the way that you came from the corporate world. That is very rare that people in academics join. Then recently you have been awarded as the INSA Best Teacher Award, then Professor P.R. Singh Award of Association of Chemistry Teachers at a function where American Chemical Society President Angela Wilson was present, and so many others. So I think somehow you should also have a mechanism by which you are also introduced. That's what I would put it. But anyway, it's a pleasure, and now I would start with my talk. Can I share my screen? It is disabled. Dear participants, the title of my talk is Achieving Excellence in Higher Education in India in the 21st Century, Challenges and Opportunities. As a matter of fact, when I was requested for this keynote address, there were many options. But then I thought that since it is the beginning of the faculty induction program, we have young, fresh teachers, and all of them must be very, very ambitious to excel in higher education. So let me share with them some of my experiences as to how they can excel in higher education in India in the 21st century. What are the challenges and opportunities? So with that thing in mind, I shall be delivering this talk. One thing you will notice that everybody learns from one's own mistakes. That's not a problem. But the prudence demands that you should also learn from the mistakes and experiences of others. Because you yourself may not have time to make all the mistakes yourself. There is a famous Chanakya quote, learn from the mistakes of others. You can't afford to make them all on your own. So with that perspective, I shall be delivering my talk. So the first question which will come to your mind is, what do I mean by excellence in higher education? See, if you look at the roles of a teacher in higher education, they are mainly three. Disseminating knowledge, that is teaching. Creating knowledge, that is research or guiding research. And then academic administration and management. And one is expected to excel in all the three roles. What I feel is that if you want to be an outstanding teacher or a researcher, you should have a very sound and deep knowledge of your subject. You should have a complete clarity of concepts, and you should have done a lot of thinking on the subject. Because as a teacher, your teaching should reflect how much thinking you have done on the subject. And if you want to excel as a researcher, you need to be an out-of-box thinker. You need to be innovative. You need to be creative. And then I have written here 4 C's. By 4 C's, I mean you should be curious, you should be creative, you should have commitment, and you should also have courage. These 4 C's are essential for excellence in research. After all, why do we do research? It is either for knowledge or understanding, or for discovering and verifying new facts, or supporting truth and proving lies, or developing new scientific theories, etc., or aiding business. So these are generally the broad objectives of research. But please keep one thing in mind: do research always with an open mind. It is said, if you believe too much, you will never notice the flaws. And if you doubt too much, you will never get started. So that is what I mean when I say that do research with an open mind. And another quality is that if you want to be an outstanding teacher as well as researcher, besides what I have already told, you should have excellent communication skills and presentation skills. They can do wonders. No one will really take the pains to listen to your ideas unless and until your communication is effective and impressive. It's said the difference between the two is presentation is what you say, and communication is how you say it. Effective presentation can do wonders and captivate the audience. As a matter of fact, communication and presentation skills are very important soft skills which can be a big asset in any profession, more so in teaching profession. So all this is very, very important. And don't hesitate to improve your communication skills. Please remember, all the great speakers were bad speakers at first, but then they worked hard and rose to the top. Second point which I want to cover is about the career management. For excellence in career in higher education, one needs to know how to manage one's career. Career management is very important. And career management involves 2 things: career growth and career development. Career growth is when you strive for a higher position than your current position. And therefore you focus on set goals. It is strategic. You want to become associate professor, you are assistant, so it is a career growth. Or you want to become professor, again a career growth. Whereas career development is improving knowledge, skills, and talent within your current role. For example, you do so many faculty development programs. So they enhance your knowledge, skills, values, etc. So it brings about a transformation in you. It is highly transformative. So my advice is you should become the CEO of your career destiny. Don't leave your career in anybody else's hands. And then, even if you have all the qualities which I have mentioned so far, sometimes you will not be able to achieve excellence, or you will not be successful if you do not have the right personality. So personality also plays a very important role. It's said that 87% of all people fail, not because of capability, but because of personality. So one has to keep that thing in mind. Third point which I want to tell you is about the current higher education scenario in India. We have At present, close to 993 universities, 50,000 colleges, 1.4 million teachers, 37.4 million students. If you compare it with 1950s, there has been a considerable growth, no doubt. But still, so many institutions are there. But our ranking is very poor. This is the QS ranking for the year 2021, which has come. And the highest position from India is of IIT Bombay with 172 position in the world ranking. And the only university which comes is University of Delhi at 501. So it's not very good. If you look at the criteria which is used in international rankings, it is academic reputation, employer's reputation, faculty-student ratio, citations per faculty, and so many other things. You know, it is said that one of the main reasons for poor world ranking of our higher educational institutions is poor quality of our research programs. You are young teachers, you are new to the profession, you should have a good quality research program. Even new education policy is coming out with an apex body called National Research Foundation. And the aims of National Research Foundation will be to foster a strong research culture in the country. We don't have a very strong research culture. Most of our colleges are merely teaching things. Research is poor. And then we need to build a strong research capacity. You know, if you look at this, the number of research persons per 1 lakh of population in India is 15, in China 111, in USA 423, and in Israel 825. So per 1 lakh of population, we are the lowest of this lot. So we need to enhance research capacity. And then we will have those projects funded in future which are globally competent but locally relevant. You know, one thing more which you should know, that India has the third largest scientific and technical manpower in the world. Even the publications wise, we are number 3. You can see here, India is number 3 after China and United States. But this was a report which came in Times of India, that out of the 4,000 most cited researchers in the world, only 10 are from India, out of the 4,000. That is 0.25%. These are the people. So that shows that there is a need to improve the quality of research. See, I don't say that all are not good. There are, of course, some peaks of excellence, but then we need to have more such peaks. And one more thing in India is that our expenditure on research and development is nearly constant for the last almost 2 decades at 0.06 to 0.7% of GDP, which is quite less. We need private sector to come forward and support the research and development in India. You know, if you look at other countries, Israel has 4.3% of GDP on research and development, China 2.1, USA 2.8. So this is another area of concern. Now I will come to what are the challenges in the 21st century before all of you. You know, one challenge which I personally feel is very, very significant is that there is a crisis of innovation and creativity in India. Creativity means conceiving new idea. Innovation means implementing that idea to create new product, etc. So creativity is the pillar of innovation. And Innovation is the key to any nation's development. Look at some of these people. These are some of the greatest innovators of all times. We all know their names and what they did. These are some of the modern innovators: Apple, Microsoft, Facebook, World Wide Web. What is important is that whatsoever these people did, it started with an idea, creativity. Why could we not do that? That's the question mark. Even in India, there has been no Nobel Prize for an Indian scientist since 1930. Nobody has got. So that is what I mean when I say there is a dearth of creative minds. There is a crisis of creativity. C.V. Raman got Nobel Prize in 1930 for his discovery of Raman effect. After that, these people got, but then they were non-resident Indians. They were not working in India. So one needs to really ponder as to why this is happening. Even in economics, you have Amartya Sen. He got Nobel Prize. He's an Indian. But then for almost 3 decades, he was working abroad. Even Abhijit Banerjee is an American citizen. So what I mean to say is that Nobel Prize is not a lifetime achievement award. It's basically for a breakthrough which opens entirely new vistas for humanity. To excel in research at that highest level, one needs, amongst others, many things. One is perseverance and resilience. You know, we sometimes in India want immediate gains. That may not be possible. Do you know that last year's chemistry Nobel laureate is 97-year-old? Just imagine. Then we need enormous amount of creativity and open-mindedness. This also, unfortunately, is missing in our education system. Then we also should have willingness to collaborate. We need to build more bridges rather than walls. But it doesn't happen. You know, it needs a lot of effort. For example, just this came about a month back. In 80s, you know, there was a mad search for superconductivity at room temperature. But nobody could achieve. People were after that. Almost after 40 years, this came in a month back, that for the first time now superconductivity has been achieved at room temperature. So you should have the passion to follow it. So why is it that we are not able to produce such creative minds? It has something to do with our education system. So what is the fundamental flaw in our education system? Let's watch this small video. 3-minute video explains very well the fundamental flaw in our education system. Just watch it.
For decades, people have been finding hundreds of flaws in the education system. No conceptual understanding, no creativity, children are stressed, and the list goes on. All these are symptoms. But what is the root cause to all this? What is the fundamental flaw in the education system? Let us play a rapid-fire game. You have 1 second to answer every question. Let's start. First question, A4? Okay, no more questions. Did you think Apple first? 98% of people are most likely to think so. Because that was what we were told in our kindergarten. Imagine that this was done differently. Say we had asked you for all the words starting with A. Ant, ace, April, apt. Different answers would have popped out of everyone's head. Do you see where the problem is? Before children start going to school, every child is unique. Every child thinks different. But the education system makes every child think the same. This is the fundamental flaw in the education system. Why did this start? During the Industrial Revolution in the 18th century, The education system was designed to make children ready to work in factories. The factories did not require people to think, but to only work like robots. So, the education system stripped children of their freedom to think and destroyed their true potential. The same education system continues even today. Only the industries have changed. A study by NASA shows that 98% of children think different before they start going to school. As they go through this education system, at 25 years of age, only 2% think different and 98% think the same. So how does the education system make every child the same? Let's go back to the apple example. Kindergarten lessons told us that A is for apple. We asked you for words that start with A. Our education system gave us the answers. We asked you a question. Answers make you the same. Questions make you different. Right from kindergarten, the education system keeps giving answers. Instead of asking children how plants make food, the science teacher gives you the definition of photosynthesis. Instead of asking them to describe the sun, the teacher tells them that the sun is a ball of fire at the center of the solar system. Through their years in school, children lose the capability to think on their own. Whether it is their choice of career or their relationship or any situation in life, they become.
So you can very well see that how the way we teach our students, that is actually stripping them of their ability to think on their own. So we will have to change our teaching methodology. Our education system, unfortunately, does not encourage thinking, innovation, and creativity amongst our students. Please remember, students may be 25% of our population, but then they are 100% of our future. And also note this down, that education is not the learning of the facts. It is the training of the mind to think. Children must be taught how to think and not what to think. And without creativity, there cannot be any progress, and we would be forever repeating the same pattern. So, and please remember also that creativity is not an injection which you give to someone. You have to create an appropriate environment for curiosity and a way to encourage people and get the best out of them. Without creativity, you cannot innovate, and without innovation, you cannot advance. Another challenge is the growth of knowledge. You know, knowledge in all disciplines is growing very, very fast. The doubling time of growth of knowledge has shrunk considerably. There was a time when knowledge was doubling in 150 years. And now this time has come down to 73 days. Just keep it in mind that what we know is just a drop, and what we do not know is an ocean. Research in frontier areas is therefore also becoming more and more challenging, because knowledge is growing very fast, literature is becoming very vast, so research is becoming very challenging. And then how do we tell about this growth of knowledge to our future generations? That's possible only by making it a part of our education system. Third point, which I want to tell you, the challenge is that we need to have some reforms in our education system. You know, three things are important in education system. What do we teach? How do we teach? And how do we assess? What do we teach is curriculum. We need to have light syllabi. Even new education policy says that syllabi should be light, only core essentials to be included. But not only light, it should also be modern, because knowledge is growing very, very fast. And then correspondingly, there should be a professional training of the teachers, because many of the things even teachers might not have studied. So this is going to be a challenge. If we do not know that, there is going to be a big gap between what is learned and what should be learned. Now, for example, NCERT has started, revising the books after almost 15 years. And it's going to be a challenge how we do that. The second component is teaching and learning. And this is perhaps the most important component. Unfortunately, we still focus on examination, rote learning, and scoring high marks. This is today's reality. In every discipline, nobody wants to learn the concepts. Everybody wants to get 90+ marks. Just see. As a matter of fact, a student's mark sheet has become a prestige sheet for the family, but a pressure sheet for the child. Very unfortunate. Even experimental work in our school education and college education is poor. Too many compartments. As I said earlier, we need to build bridges and not walls. Third point, which is important, is we need to transform the culture of assessment. The way we examine our students. Assessment drives learning. If you will set rote learning questions, students will do rote learning. So it can be a good way to enhance the quality of education if we change the system of assessment. Set such questions which test analytical ability of the student, creative ability of the student, evaluative ability of the students. So assessment process needs to be made more scientific in order to encourage multiple skills of the students. That is the need of the hour. CBSE decided that from this year, class 10th and 12th board examinations will be revamped. There will be more analytical questions, less scope for rote learning. So realization is coming, but I think it's already very late. In the 21st century, what a student will be needing, of course, disciplinary knowledge and skills, but then you need skilled communication, out-of-box thinking. Out-of-box thinking cannot come in one day. It has to be nurtured from childhood. Critical thinking and problem-solving skills, sense of inquiry, data analyzing abilities, team player, digital literacy is a must, ethical awareness, lifelong learning attitude. All this is needed for success in the 21st century. Because, as I said, 21st century is going to be an age of uncertainty. According to this report published in 2019, 65% of the children entering primary school right now, that means in 2019, will be working in jobs that don't even exist right now. So what you will prepare your students for? We have to have those qualities: critical thinking, analyzing ability, problem solving skills. Because if a student is perfect in that, in any job he or she can fit. You must have seen many of the IIT graduates are taken by the bank people, although banking has nothing to do with the core engineering branches. It's only because the students are so bright that they can fit into any job. So that's basically the purpose. Another challenge is we need to embrace technology and become tech savvy. ICT is going to play a very important role. You all know that. ICT is basically an umbrella term that encompasses all communication technologies that provide access to information. Internet, wireless network, satellite communications, cell phones, digital TV, all come under ICT. And as you see, and during this corona pandemic, you must have seen ICT has almost impacted all areas of higher education. It is impacting teaching and learning in the form of e-learning and MOOCs. It helps in the revision of syllabi through email, discussion forum, etc. You can do it much quickly. ICT helps in research through electronic databases. Then ICT also helps in the professional development of the teachers, ARPIT program. So just see how things are changing. So you need to embrace technology and become tech savvy. You know that e-learning and MOOCs are being developed and they are hosted on the SWAYAM platform. You can go to this website and all the MOOCs would be there. At present, more than 2,000 courses MOOCs have been uploaded on SWAYAM. You know, ultimately the vision is that SWAYAM will be like ATL, anytime learning, just as we have ATM for money. Then ICT is being used in the professional development of higher education faculty. You know, MHRD launched this ARPIT program, Annual Refresher Program in Teaching, in 2018. And the focus of these programs is on the latest developments in the subject, then new and emerging areas. Then you also have pedagogical innovations and methodologies for transacting curricula more effectively. And our Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center is also National Resource Center of Chemistry. We already had two ARPIT programs, ARPIT 2018 and ARPIT 2019. And now in ARPIT 20, we are repeating last year's program. And you know, this program, this is an introductory video of our program. You just watch it. It is rated to be one of the best in the country. You can just watch this introductory video.
Hello everyone, myself Dr. Vimal Rar and I am the coordinator of National Resource Center of Chemistry of MHRD Government of India at SCTB Khalsa College, University of Delhi.
And myself, Professor A.K. Bakshi. We welcome you all to the ARPIT 2019, which is going to provide you a unique opportunity to learn as per your convenience. For this online refresher course, we have selected a variety of interesting and exciting topics.
So that these are useful for all the UG and PG chemistry teachers of our country, irrespective of their specialization.
Let's have a look at the variety of the modules which have been developed with the help of leading experts from all over the country.
To begin with, we will have a special module as Chem News, which will bring the latest news to you from the world of chemistry.
The modules entitled Chem Talks will focus on the latest development as well as new and emerging areas of chemistry.
In the Chem Safe Lab modules, we will focus on various measures to be taken to prevent accidents in our chemistry labs.
In the module on Chem Nobel Laureates, this time we will be focusing on life and contributions of Ernest Rutherford.
Through the modules titled Chem Pedagogy, we will highlight on improving curriculum development and question paper setting.
You will all agree that there are many difficult topics in chemistry. In the modules entitled Chem Simplified, we will take some of these topics and explain them in a very simple way. To commemorate 150th anniversary of periodic table in 2019, we have introduced in this course one module entitled CAM History. Anyway, so this is just an introductory video, but you can very well see how technology is changing the face of professional development in the country. That's the point. And then with ICT, new pedagogical innovations have also come. You know, we all follow in our teaching chalk and talk method. This has advantages, but it is not without limitations. It is a teacher-centric approach, mainly a monologue method. Many complex concepts you cannot explain on the board. It presumes that all students learn in an identical fashion. That may not be true. You can't solve sufficient number of problems in the class. And then it is slow and time consuming. And now with this technology, new pedagogies have come. And one which is gaining immense popularity is flipped learning. See, in the traditional model, a teacher delivers a lecture and then gives some homework activities. But in the flipped model, teacher gives a short video to the students to be watched at home. Student may watch it 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, note down what are the queries, what are still not clear things. And then next day in the class, that video is discussed with teacher in the presence of other students. So it is flipped. Homework becomes classroom work and classroom work becomes homeroom. So how this flipped learning is better, you can understand according to Bloom's taxonomy, which says that learning is a 6-level hierarchy, starting from remembering, going up to creating. And as you go higher, it's a higher order thinking skill, increasing difficulty. Now, if you compare the two methods, in the traditional method, remembering and understanding is done inside the class by the teacher. But for higher order thinking skills, it is left to the student to be done outside the class. But in the flipped model, remembering and understanding is done outside the class through that video about which I talked. And then the remaining higher order thinking skills are done in the class. So those can be easily acquired by the students. So that is how it is a better model of learning. It may take students up to creativity easily. This was my article about flipped classroom in Times of India. This is in Education Times, and this is my another article about flipped classroom. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have to change ourselves. If we teach today's students as we taught yesterday's, we are going to rob them of tomorrow. So we have to change ourselves. We are approaching the time when we need technology in every classroom and in every student and teacher's hand, because it is the pen and paper of our time. And it is the lens through which we experience much of our world. Another challenge is that roles of the teachers are going to change in the 21st century. You know, in the 21st century, we need tech-savvy teachers who are proficient in ICT skills. They may have to manage tomorrow virtual classrooms and virtual discussion forum, because if students are enrolled in MOOCs from all over the country, and if they have some queries, who will answer them? It's the teacher who has to do that. So you need to learn how to manage virtual classroom and virtual discussion forum. You should also be proficient in the development of e-content and MOOCs. This is very important. Because, you know, if you want to develop MOOC or if you want to develop e-content, your writing skills should be good. And these are the skills which next generation will need for success. One is critical thinking, You should be able to think critically about yourselves also. Adaptability to technology, excellent communication skills, I told. And then you should also have cultural understanding, because of technology, the world has become a global village. People may be from any part of the world. So you should have a cultural understanding for more interaction and more positive collaboration. And then, because it is a global village, the competition is worldwide. So you should have the initiative and drive to compete also. This is also a skill you need. So these are the things. Another challenge is India and Education 4.0. India is very soon going to enter an era of Education 4.0. 4.0 means total technology mediated education. The world is presently passing through the fourth industrial revolution. It is the industrial revolution of disruptive technologies like artificial intelligence, etc. So Education 4.0 is the education system which is aligned with the needs of Industrial Revolution 4.0. That education system which will produce graduates with skills which are required as a consequence of Industrial Revolution 4. This is my article about Education 4.0 in Education Times. Just it came a few months back. These are going to be the technologies of future. Earlier, I talked about ICT, information and communication technology. These are the future technologies. Artificial intelligence, robotics, virtual reality, augmented reality, Internet of Things, gamification, all that. And because of these technologies, we are soon going to have personalized learning. Classroom teaching is teacher-centric. MOOCs are also like teacher-centric because it's like one size fits all delivery. But in future, depending upon your strengths, weaknesses, we may have personalized learning. And personalized learning can be achieved through artificial intelligence. There is a neat scheme of the government of India. Myself and Dr. Vimal are involved in this scheme. Here, we use artificial intelligence to make learning more personalized and customized as per the requirements of the learners. Artificial intelligence also in future is going to be used on a much larger scale in examination, in adaptive assessments. There could be machine set question papers. Algorithms may replace mentors. Exams may be at your doorsteps. Digital invigilation will replace physical invigilation. And digital attendance, all through artificial intelligence. Look at this. Tomorrow exams may move to your bedroom, but the invigilator would still be watching through an artificial intelligence proctor, which will keep a watch on your every movement. And the image recognition technique will ensure that the right person is taking the exam. It looks as if it's a miracle all this is possible. And only yesterday I was reading in the newspaper, yesterday it came in Hindustan Times, because of artificial intelligence, 50-year-old problem of protein folding has been solved. Again, artificial intelligence. Because the way the protein folds, that determines their functionality to a great extent. But that problem has been solved. Just imagine, how things are changing. But with this change, somebody may ask, will technology replace teachers? Please keep it in mind, technology is not going to replace teachers. But then the teachers who use technology will probably replace teachers who do not. So this point you have to keep it in mind. And I'm not surprised in very near future, we will have digital curriculum in every course with a focus on digital skills, competencies, and fluencies in all aspects of education. You may be in any course, this digital curriculum should be compulsory so that you learn the digital techniques, so that once you come out of the education system, you are already fully tech savvy. Please remember, technology in education is a journey and not a destination. As technology will keep on changing, things will keep on changing in education. So never stop learning. Another challenge I feel if you want to achieve excellence is the role of academic leadership, which is very important. You know, without the appropriate leadership in a higher educational institution, the institution is like a ship without a rudder. It will become directionless and ultimately sink with all the passengers. And a good academic leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. You know, everybody has gifts and talents. A good leader should know how to harness them towards the same goal. This is very important. You should know that. You know, it said, before you are a leader, success is all about growing yourself. But once you are a leader, success is all about growing others. You should take pride in the growth of your colleagues. Give them appreciation. A person who feels appreciated will always do much more than what is expected. So it's a psychological treatment. Do that. So having said all these things, I now come to the last point. And that is, how do we how do we achieve and how do we excel? You know, what minimum a higher education faculty needs in the 21st century, although I have told you about many challenges, but sound knowledge, clarity of concepts, pedagogy, the art of teaching. You should be very good in teaching. You should have good knowledge, good communication. You should know how to put your ideas in a very systematic and logical manner. Then creativity and out-of-box thinking, then communication skills, tech-savvy skills, writing skills, and one more, proactive personality is required. That is what I mentioned earlier. I am repeating it. Without appropriate personality, you cannot be successful in life. So I will give you some tips based on my experience for building strong proactive personality. Proactive person is the person who prevents problems before they occur. Whereas a reactive person is a person who reacts to a problem after it arises. So your focus should be on becoming a proactive person. You should have self-belief. That is the most important thing. Without self-belief, you cannot achieve success. Self-confidence. You know, it said, a bird sitting on a tree is never afraid of the branch breaking because her trust is not in the branch, but in her own wings. That should be the trust you should be having in your wings. You should be self-disciplined. Self-discipline means mastery over your thoughts, control over your thoughts. You should work hard sensibly. Many people are very hardworking, but without right approach. See, direction is more important than speed. And then you should have the growth mindset, positive mindset. There is nothing in this world that can trouble you more than your own thoughts. Just you keep on thinking, and that you spoil future, present, all the time. The heaviest burdens that we carry are the thoughts in our head. So overcome them. It will change your life. Whatever is happening, it's going to happen. Don't worry about that. But you change this. Watch this small video. This is really an eye-opener.
How heavy is this glass of water? Melissa, would you care to answer?
8 ounces.
12 ounces.
16 ounces.
The absolute weight of the glass doesn't matter. It depends on how long I hold on to it. If I hold it for a minute, nothing happens. If I hold it for an hour, my arm will begin to ache. If I hold it all day long, my arm will feel numb and paralyzed. Well, the weight of the glass hasn't changed, but the longer I hold on to it, the heavier it becomes. The stresses and the worries of life are like this glass of water. If you think about them for a little while, there's no problem. Think about it for a little bit longer, it begins to hurt. You think about them all day long, and you'll feel paralyzed, incapable of doing anything. Always remember, put the glass down.
And then, you should also overcome the fear of failure. This fear sometimes doesn't let you work. Failure can come to anybody, but this always a fear of failure will really, will prevent you from acting. It's a very good quote. जब तक तुम डरते रहोगे, तुम्हारी जिंदगी के फैसले कोई और लेता रहेगा. So be bold. That's all. Whatsoever is going to happen, it will happen. And there is again a Chanakya quote, as soon as the fear approaches near, attack and destroy it. And these days, people even talk about failure resume. That is how they embrace their failure. On their web page, they also have a failure resume where they highlight the jobs they could not get or the awards they could not win. They keep on regularly reading it. And they ensure that they don't repeat those things again. Failures can be the pillars of success. Depends upon how you use them. You can use them as a stepping stone to success rather than taking it a burden. So somebody very rightly says your attitude towards failure determines your altitude after failure. And then one more thing which I want to say, come out of the comfort zone. Many people are not able to do much in life because they think everything is so perfect, well set, I am earning, my wife, husband earning, so why should I worry? So that's the end of your growth. So come out of that comfort zone. Control your anger. No, everybody gets angry, but how you deal with it, that's very important because it's a normal emotion. If you are angry, count out to 10 before you speak. But if you are very angry, count out to 100. You will things will cool down. Worries you overcome. These are the realities I am telling you. Worry is a misuse of imagination. We sometimes suffer more in our thoughts than in reality. It should not happen. Arrogance. Sometimes, a small success goes into person's head. That should not happen. Keep low profile. Arrogance should not let happen. About worries, it is said, those people who are used to worrying, we learn to worry less about old worries by finding new worries to worry about. They will always find something to worry about. That's common in many people. Okay, one is over, let's find out something new. That should not happen. And about arrogance, I said, don't let the success go into your head. It said, कभी किसी चीज का घमंड आ जाए तो शमशान का एक चक्कर लगा आना, तुमसे बेहतरीन लोग वहां राख बने पड़े हैं. That's the thing you have to keep it in mind. Remember that you are dust and to dust you shall return. So ultimately, dear participants, what I want to say is, if you perform very well, this is the performance formula. Performance is equal to potential minus interference. Try to minimize interference. Anger, worries, all these things, ultimately negative things, they lower your performance. So you have to control. And one more thing, prioritize your priorities in life. Look at this small video again. This is good.
Good afternoon, everyone. We all have this one life to live. A fleeting shadow amongst all that exists in this vast universe. We have the ability to accomplish anything, truly anything, if we use our time wisely. Is this jar full? Yes. And is it full now? Yes. And how about now? Is the jar full now? Yes. Yeah, it is. Now, I want you to recognize that this jar represents your life. Golf balls are the important things, your family, your friends, your health, and your passions. The pebbles are the other important things, your car, your job, your home. The sand is everything else. It's just the small stuff. Now, if you put the sand in the jar first, you won't have room for the pebbles or the golf balls. The same is true in life. If you spend all your energy and your time on the small stuff, you won't have time for all the really important things that matter to you. Pay attention to the things that are critical to your happiness. Take care of the golf balls first, the really important things. Set your priorities, because everything else is just sand. Yes?
Professor, what does the beer represent?
I'm glad you asked. It goes to show that no matter how full your life may seem to be, there's always room for a couple of beers with a friend.
And the last point is manage your time. You know, everybody gets 24 hours a day. The secret to your success is how you manage your time. Please remember, today is the tomorrow you worried about yesterday. Won't be wrong if one says time management is life management. वक्त दिखाई नहीं देता, मगर दिखा बहुत कुछ देता है. See, during Corona time, what's happening? And people change. Work, leaves nobody. Everybody, it has effect. Just समय की धारा में, समय की धारा में, उम्र बह जानी है, जो घड़ी जी लेंगे, वो जो घड़ी जी लेंगे, वही रह जानी है. Just see, these were all big people, mass following, but how time has changed. So we should keep all those things in mind. The message is live in the moment. खूबसूरत चेहरा भी बूढ़ा हो जाता है, पद भी एक दिन खत्म हो जाता है, जिस्म भी एक दिन ढल जाता है, लेकिन एक दिल का अच्छा इंसान हमेशा अच्छा इंसान ही रहता है. So be a good person, but don't waste time to prove it. So at the end of the day, what I want to say is that your biggest competition is you only. You should win over yourself. You should not become the puppet of your mind. You should become the master of your mind, and your life will change. Somebody very rightly said, you don't have the problem, you are the problem. Change your mindset. Change your mindset. स्वर्ग भी तू है, नरक भी तू है, इन दोनों का फर्क भी तू है. जिंदगी छोटी नहीं होती, लोग जीना ही देरी से शुरू करते हैं, और जब तक रास्ते समझ में आते हैं तब तक लौटने का वक्त हो जाता है.
सुनो गजर क्या गाए, समय गुजरता जाए, और जिन वाले भोर भोले भाले सोना ना होना ना. सुनो गजर क्या गाए, समय गुजरता जाए.
जीवन कहीं भी ठहरता नहीं है, जीवन कहीं भी ठहरता नहीं है, आंधी से तूफान से डरता नहीं है. तू न चलेगा तो चल देंगी राहें, तू न चलेगा तो चल देंगी राहें, मंजिल को तरसेंगी तेरी निगाहें, तुझको चलना होगा, तुझको चल.
बंदी हैं हाथ पर सबके घड़ियां, मगर पकड़ में किसी के एक लम्हा भी नहीं. So finally the message which I want to convey is, it's never too late to be what you might have been. This is a Times of India report about our work on MOOCs. Again on our work. This is about our chemistry National Resource Center. This is my article on SWAYAM platform in Education Times. This is editorial on the world of e-learning in Times of India. This is about end of talk chalk regime again in Times of India. This is about UGC MOOCs, our work on UGC MOOCs in Hindustan Times. This is my article about why the Indian education system must focus on innovating its teaching approach. Another article of mine. This is my article about chemistry in Hindustan Times, Education Times. This is chemistry education in the 21st century. And this is our recent article, myself and Vimal's ICT for Quality Education in India. Very useful for teachers and students. It came in Science Reporter May issue. So thank you very much. It was a pleasure talking to you. You can always give your feedback on my email ID or on this WhatsApp number. What I really wanted to tell you was how you can achieve excellence. What are the challenges? What are the things which you need to keep it in mind? And while overcoming these challenges, you should not forget that you may not be successful if you do not have the right personality. So that is all what you need. You know, I always say realization comes to everybody in one's life. But generally, by the time realization comes, it's too late. That should not happen with you. So that is why I wanted to take this as the starting lecture for your faculty induction program, so that you are put on the right track. As it is said, you have only one life. But if you manage it well, one life is more than enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And rightly, I think it is the good, motivating lecture, more importantly, not only in our professional life, but personal life as well. And I think one message which I will like to send through this lecture is to my younger colleagues who have joined as participants is, let's try to make a culture where we help each other rather than creating problems for each other. So a healthy environment has to be built up in the institution and ultimately in the society. And all the time management and all we can really look into and try to engage in our professional as well as personal life. So thank you so much, sir. Any questions from participants you have? Please, you can write in the chat section. There is, I think, one or two questions already there in Q&A section, sir. I'd like to address it to you. Is that one point is coming from Rajendra Kumar is like syllabus should be practical than theoretical. What are your views, sir?
That's true. We should not only teach theoretical things, but if there is a practical part, it should be linked to theory. Because while doing practical work, you should also understand the concepts behind each practical work. Rather, practical and theoretical work should go hand in hand. For example, a technician sometimes may not be knowing the theory part, but he or she is skilled in technical jobs. But if as a scientist, I am talking more from that point of view, you have a good theoretical knowledge, you have a good practical knowledge, you understand each and everything, nothing like that. So that's basically, I fully agree. But in our university system, our practical work is very much outdated. We need to significantly improve on that. I think the experiments which I used to do as a student, still some of those experiments are being, although 50, so many years have passed. So that's basically, we need to change. We try to keep a status quo. Because, if we don't change, then we won't have to learn more. That looks to be convenient, but that should not be the case. That is what I said. Not only technology in education is a journey, but I would say professional development is also a journey. It should keep on happening at every regular stage. That's all.
Thank you, sir. There is another question, sir. Teacher should be allowed to teach free of mind, but we are all bound and with burden to finish the syllabus. So what to do in this situation?
That is why, realization is coming, and that is why people are now saying that we should have a light syllabi. Light syllabi and give students more time to think. Otherwise, for example, in chemistry, I have been the author of NCERT chemistry class 11th and 12th books. And I remember in class 11th and 12th taken together, there are almost 30 units. So much chemistry as if chemistry is going to end after that. And normally in schools, there is one PGT who can do justice to one specialization, not to all the branches. So what happens? Once students do not understand, there is a fear of examination. They need to score very high. So what they do, they start doing rote learning. And this rote learning kills the joy of learning. And nothing is there. It's not a sustainable learning. After the examination, you forget everything. So I think we need also to understand the science of learning, how a student learns. Not only the science of teaching, but also the science of learning from others' perspective. Even in this online education due to Corona, you should see how a student will understand while sitting on the screen. How will he or she understand? So I think these aspects are sometimes missing.
Thank you. So there's another question. Do you think that despite the integration of all these technological advancements, there is any possibility of a modification of systems of education in India if these integrations are not contemporaneous with the fundamental changes in the social, cultural, and especially moral situation and conditioning of the country? If no, then what, according to you, are these changes that are
It's a
necessary?
very broad question, but technology does not have a brain of its own. Technology only facilitates, helps you in doing many things much more quickly and much more effectively. It is said technology is basically for a person who is using technology, he should know how to use his vision for achieving certain objectives. So what I would say is technology is the way you want to use it. Otherwise, first ideas should be yours. For example, e-learning MOOCs have come. 10 years back, there was nothing e-learning MOOCs, but now technology is being used in this way. MOOCs are coming, then MOOCs are improving. Then somebody was asking in the earlier session, what about the quality of the courses, SWAYAM courses? Maybe people are now thinking on that. And maybe in a couple of years, you may have the accreditation of MOOCs also. They may come with a grade. Oh, this is A+ grade MOOC, this is B+. Because the way people are developing MOOCs, just as people were writing books at one stage, ultimately it is the survival of the fittest. So technology is only an aid for you. Depends upon how should we use it. Technology. That's basically I would say.
Thank you, sir. And I think in due course of time, when we have many other related sessions, we will also share some of the model that you can adopt as teacher, where the syllabi and the challenges and how technology can empower you. That will be our focus. And then you, in your own subject, in your own context, you have to then pick and choose and come out with the model which are more learner centric. I think that is what
All these
we
things
have to
are
always
very
keep.
important, but nothing to beat your own thought process.
Thought process, yeah, definitely.
Just for example, I'm not saying anything. I have given this 1 hour or 70 minutes lecture. It has about 200 slides. It's how the things are linked. It was a challenge how to start, how to link, how to build a logical way. So this is your thought process. This should be your quality, how you come out. Because I know there are many teachers who are full of knowledge. They know so much. But when they go to the class, they cannot control their thought process and present things in a very systematic and logical manner, stepwise. Because, there the target is the student. Student may not be knowing anything. So you have to restrain yourself and come up to their level. So,
and the information is now with the students as well. But then how, as we facilitate and guide them and make the things simpler and don't even penalize them for the mistakes. Yes, very well. Shaikat,
Vimal, it is said a good teacher is one, he makes student think even if the student doesn't want to.
Yeah.
Because, we are living in an information age. Just by the click of a mouse, you can get entire information on your mobile phone. So what is the role of a teacher? So it is the thinking part.
Thinking process. And definitely there is one comment from Shaikat Ghosh, my colleague. I fully agree with you, Shaikat. If students have to develop thinking skills, they must be allowed to commit mistakes fearlessly and not be penalized for making mistakes. And then there's a question after this, that how do we design a continuous assessment system that does not penalize mistake, but encourages students to make and learn from their mistakes? Sir, you would like to address this question part?
I didn't, but could you repeat the question?
Let me repeat. There is one observation which he has put up, which I fully agree, that if students have to develop thinking skills, they must be allowed to commit mistakes fearlessly and not be penalized for making mistakes. That is one point is put up. And there's a question related to this, that how do we design a continuous assessment system that does not penalize these mistakes and but really encourages the students to make and learn from their mistakes?
I think it's a very pertinent point, but then one will have to really work into the details as to how it can be done. So normally it should be done in that way. I fully agree that, but the problem, what I notice from my vast experience is that our teachers are also the product of the traditional system. They themselves do not know how to do this. Suppose I say you should encourage creative thinking, but then the question comes, how will you do it in the class? How will you do it? Give me one example where you teach one subject. So you are a teacher of economics or you are a teacher of commerce. How will you encourage creative thinking? So you sure should be proficient in doing that. So that is why, we are in a vicious circle. Even in the new education policy, it says we need to shift focus from rote learning to creative thinking, experiential thinking, all that. But what is the roadmap? How will you do that? So, these are still many, because in India, there are about 1.5 million teachers in higher education and 3.5 million teachers in school education. Taken together, they are 5 million. They are controlling the entire education system of the country. But without changing their mindset, without changing, their focus, nothing can be achieved. So we need to work at that level. We need some mentors who can guide them. Maybe if I come to some other lecture sometimes where I will tell how you can improve assessment and quality of teaching using Bloom's taxonomy. We will talk these things later on, but then it's not that you can do it in one day. You really have to be trained for that. It's easy.
So while designing even this, I have kept some slot and we will be asking questions what are coming in participant mind and analyzing them and trying to address that in a very, very comprehensive manner by taking expertise from experts like Professor Bakshi and others. So please, in the Google this feedback form that we'll be having with you, we have kept a one particular section where like what are the questions which are coming in your mind, and I think that small effort we should also try to do in our classroom rather than just the information sharing. I think when we talk about some concept or something, we should be encouraging the inquisitiveness and all that okay, what are the questions coming? It may be wrong, it may be right, but then even sometimes as teachers we may not be knowing answers of those questions, but it's fine, and even the students may not be knowing. So we have to have some segment of our teaching where we can really look into that. And second, I think in internal assessment we can really take our freedom that okay, how we are managing that part. So even if it is for 10 point, maybe the students are not taking that seriously because our final assessment is more towards rote learning. So gradually that will be changed. But I think in NEP 2020, there is now more focus on that if the internal assessment is increased, but then the accountability of us as teachers increases, and we have to look into all those direction, and we have to be ready in addressing these. And we will be, yes, together. This is again, at least I can say we have Professor Bhanumurthy and Professor Bakshi as stalwarts, but I am just a co-learner with you. So we are together going to take this FIP journey, and you may be having many questions.
One more
and
thing which is coming to my mind is we have to have an integrated approach in teaching. We teach topics in isolation. For example, I am in chemistry, so physical chemistry, organic. Physical chemistry person will say, oh, this is organic, I do not know. Organic will say, this is physical. This should not happen. This is a man-made demarcation. As a matter of fact, science itself is a systematic study of reality. And this reality has been divided into physics, chemistry, botany, zoology, etc. So we should understand it is an integrated approach.
And definitely, I think this Corona episode has taught us it's not a problem of life science. it has become economic problem, it has become human behavior problem, it has become so much. It is like all the facets of life have changed, and they are all interrelated. So that is another approach. Yes, if we can, not only the physical, chemistry, organic, inorganic, which we do, but we have to also come across the different disciplines and look out. So if we can be some projects where collectively we engage these students and guide them some our part, and let the students work out something on these lines.
I don't know
So
what
much
are the
I
connect of
think.
Sarita. Sarita is also chemistry. She's not there now.
Sir, I'm here. Sir, I'm
But
here.
here
Oh,
it's
Sarita, you are
being
here.
this is
Professor
a
Bhanumurthy is
Sir,
also
when
here.
sir, when you are giving a talk, I just cannot go away. I become glued to the screen.
Achha, I thought that. Chalo, I don't want to say that. I was just
So you
joking.
can. No, sir. When you're talking, then I just, just cannot move away because your talk is so insightful and there's so much learning involved. I would really like to make a comment on that, on one particular aspect. Though, I mean, everything was worth memorizing and learning and, experiencing in a very nice way. But what I really, my take home message was when you said that whatever you want to do in life, it's never too late for that. So though this induction program is for the youngsters, but that was a take home message for me, that whatever you want to do in life, I mean, I would really like to begin with that, even if I have not been able to do that. Vimal is will vouch for that I'm doing what I've not been able to do. And so that was a take home message for you and for
Thank
me.
you.
And I would really like to compliment you, though. I mean, there's so many things already. There are so many compliments for you. But so the presentations that you make, that too good. I really don't know how you get the material from, where you get the pictures from, but they're just too good. So one cannot really. I'm really glued to that, and I mean, I'm really learning from that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And that's why I think he has rightly said that tools you may learn, technology, and we'll be giving hands-on on many of the latest tools which you can use in your professional life. But then how you use them, your idea, that creativity has to be yours, and then so it is empowering. It is definitely not that only tools will be doing something for you. So that's the message. And Bhanumurthy sir, you like to add something?
I just was in this context, I just want to inform that in DTU, somehow it happened this year that we have 100% continuous evaluation. And that has been broken down into 13 parts. Each part is 5 marks, 10 marks, and like that. And the teacher has to work, has to do a lot of work for enabling the students to meet all those requirements. Like if they're given a project, there are 5 stages in that project. So I have to first teach them how to make a Google form, how to learn Excel for making graphs and this thing. Actually it's a model of continuous evaluation, and each stage, all the everything is to be taught by the teacher, and the students are allowed the whole semester to give different stages of their proposal, make mistakes, again be corrected in that. So for this last semester has been a live experiment for us in DTU, where 100% continuous evaluation with all these stages: project, class test, surprise test, review, everything we have done in this process.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir, for your work. And one important announcement for all the participants is tomorrow we'll be meeting at 3 p.m. But before that, you may be having some important queries. Rest all the details I'll be telling you tomorrow in a more structured manner with my PPT also. But one very, very important thing is in today's feedback form, Mohit, you're there, beta. We have added a column. There are many queries we are looking in WhatsApp that some of you have opted for option A, Now you want to go into option B. So let me first make these two options clear, and you can fill up your choice. You can change them right now also. See, those who are filling for option A, first of all, the mandatory requirement is they must have got the duty leave, because this is a 1 month complete program. So along with the live sessions, they will be active additional video lecture, some hands-on activity, assignment and project work which will be given. So we have kept the live session Monday to Friday 3 to 6 p.m. only. First of all, let me make this clear. And the rest will be in flexible mode, but still it is full 1 month's involvement, watching the lectures, preparing. We'll also have some group activity designed for you, and that will be done for option A in a manner which can be completed in 1 month. Those who will be opting for option B, first of all, they should not have availed the duty leave from their institution. So those who have availed the duty leave necessarily need to take option A, because then we will be able to give you the relieving after successful completion. And otherwise, those who don't have flexibility, and yes, they have not got the duty leave, they have other commitments, we fully honor them, and you can attend the live sessions. These live sessions will also be put up as a recorded session in the portal, where all we will be telling you will be all of you will are already enrolled, but how you have to access, we'll be doing it with screen share, and everything will be told. Today the lecture went long, otherwise we had planned today only. So tomorrow we will be taking that part. And then those who have taken the option B will be now able to complete it rather than 1 month in 2 months. So it's a complete double, and which is like you can then be flexible. So in today's feedback form, you should mention what was your earlier option. If you want to stick to that, then there's a next question also, what is the new option. But yes, the new option B cannot be taken by those who have taken duty leave, because 2 months duty leave cannot be given for this 1 month program. This is a 1 month full-time program, and it has been designed which can be completed in 1 month without any other commitment. But if you are meeting any other commitment of your teaching and other, if you're not getting duty leave, then it will be extended to another month. If there are any questions, I am here to clarify, but this important information is very there, and accordingly we will be taking the groups out of these and giving you some assignments. Any question, you can please type. And another thing is, many of you are putting queries, where is the feedback link for attendance? Let me clarify. The feedback link is for feedback from you, which is also compulsory because we will really like to have feedback from all of you. But then feedback is not equal to attendance in our programs. The attendance is taken technically, automatically, once you log in Zoom with your registered ID, because email ID has been sent to your particular mail. If it is forwarded, and if it is, please do not enter with anyone else's name. That is one humble request. So you don't use any other alternative email. If that is the case, please, we will have to be informed about that. Mohit, can you put up that also, if they will be using, but one final email ID you have to stick to, because
Yes.
otherwise we will not be able to track. So that is another thing. And those, because of the flexibility option, those who are not able to, first of all, these live sessions are very important, because they will be taking you continuously further. So 3 to 6, I think I will request all of you to be there with us. In very extreme cases, you may take 3 or 4 sessions off, which are otherwise given in the 1 month program. So we will be allowing here 4 sessions off. That is, you can take 2 days off, or between 3 to 6, you can plan your things. So we will be taking, automatically it comes to us with the exact timing that you have been logged in into for 2.5 hours or 3 hours, or precisely, even if it is for 5 minutes, then we do come to know. So for counting any 1 day attendance, minimum 2.5 hours out of 3 hours will be there. And for every session, we will be putting the live record. This live session will be recorded and it will also be available to you. Alternatively, if you have somehow missed that, then the attendance we can track on your LMS. So if you have watched that corresponding video there, we will be able to track it with your email ID. So please use the same email ID for both the places. So that's the way that we do the tracking of attendance. It is not that someone just logs in and the feedback form is there and filled up. So that is not our way. And any questions in this regard, please, you're free to ask. But we fully appreciate our colleagues' concern. There may be some network issue, there may be some other problem, but then we are giving you alternative way where you can attend that as well. And be regular, because there are many of these are interrelated activities. And there's one question from Dr. Yogesh. Those who have opted option B can finish this course in 1 month. Yes, you can finish this in 1 month. That is up to you if you can take your additional timing, because we have planned it according to 6-7 hours daily, which are otherwise the norms. And if you can spend overnight, then definitely those who have, you can opt for option B, but yet complete it in option. But option A has to be strictly, because it will be all the decisions that we have taken. The duty leave given by your institution, it has to be, we have to give the relieving certificate. So if you are not able to complete that, we will not be able to do so. So I thought it is my responsibility to make it very, very clear. Dr. Sonali, what is your question? I have opted for option A, but I am supposed to be there at college for at least 2 hours since my colleagues are busy with other work. Nahi, have you taken duty leave, Dr. Sonali? Can I get your response? Have you taken duty leave? Can we promote Dr. Sonali to as panelist? So, Dr. Sonali, if you get the approval of your duty leave, it's okay, fine. You can complete it in 1 month. Otherwise, you can complete it in 2 months. We're giving you almost the double the time. And if you wish to put some extra midnight oil, I will say, you can complete in 1 month with working as well. But you have to be really, really on your toes. Okay. Dr. Sonali, you'll like to
Yes, madam. Yes,
discuss
yes. Thank you
something
very
more?
much.
Yeah, please.
Yeah,
Please
yes,
go ahead.
madam. Actually, we are very less, few members there are in the department and faculty of commerce. And
Okay.
since the PG admissions are going on, so that's why my institution head, he said, you be there for at least 2 hours to be there for admission purposes. And rest of the time you be engaged with your this work of orientation. So I just wanted to know how much time hours I have to give in a day, say for 7 to 8 hours or 9 hours like that. This live session plus hands-on session.
See, I'm saying the live sessions will be 3 hours,
Okay.
3 to 6, Monday to Friday. And
Okay.
rest in between you can cover with your Saturday, Sundays, which we are keeping self-learning things. Okay.
Okay,
So,
fine.
I think you can manage, but I think we should all be as teachers willing to take as many response for even conducting this FIP. I have not taken duty leave. I am taking my classes as well.
Yes, 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 madam. That's what I wanted to take
Okay.
suggestions from
So,
you. Thank you very much, madam.
yeah. Please. Thank you. Yes. Anyone else? Dr. Pooja is saying, hello ma'am, where the e-materials? We will tell you tomorrow. 3 to 6 will be all interactions with all of you, and where all things will be accessed, and then we'll start the learning. Because first, most important thing is the learners and the teachers should be well connected. So today being slightly formal thing, I thought it will be better if we have the lecture. Tomorrow it's going to be just yours and ours day. We will interact in a very, very friendly manner, try to understand your problems, our things, and we will take it further. Believe you me, we are going to complete it. It's our equal responsibility for that. But tomorrow, all of you should be right in time, all the days. And Mohit, tomorrow we can have this in the workshop mode rather than the webinar where they are not able to see the videos. I would like tomorrow we have the Zoom in that mode
Okay,
where
ma'am.
we are able to interact.
Sure, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, team. Amit, Arun, you are there?
Hello, yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, Arun, please come for some time, yeah, and say hello. And tomorrow we are going to be saying hello properly to all of the our colleagues who have joined as participant in this course.
Hello, yeah, ma'am.
Yeah, Arun. And anything you'd like to add?
Nothing right now, but we'll take sessions in the next 2 weeks.
Okay. So your hands-on are planned, and
We are working on that.
take
Actually, we
them
are on a back
further.
end. We are
Yeah,
working.
yeah.
I'm working right now with the
Okay.
Mohit right now.
Okay.
I think
So
maximum people are added in the Moodle, around 98, and we're still waiting for the 9 more people.
okay. So we'll
Actually, the
ensure
total
that each
numbers-
of them are there, and then tomorrow
Yes,
we'll
actually,
tell
total
them
number
how it has
is
to be
actually
accessed.
total number is around 107, and we have right now 98 people on the Moodle.
That part we will be taking care tonight.
Yeah, right.
So we will tell you tomorrow, Dr. Gurpreet, don't worry about the enrollment key. Tomorrow morning we are giving you slightly relaxed. Just try to interact with each other, maybe in the WhatsApp group, but we will have more formal way on the LMS, and that we'll be telling you tomorrow. So maybe we say bye for today, okay? And we will be meeting tomorrow at 3 p.m. sharp. Okay, so thanks my colleagues, Arun, Amit, Sarita, and to my technical team, and all my senior team, my principal sir, and all the distinguished guests we had for inaugural, Manumurthy sir and others. Okay, see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. So we stop today. Bye-bye and good night. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good.